Hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone. Hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And we are back. Hello, Calyx. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Mine was absolute madness. But I hope that everyone else had a good one. And I hope that Monday has also been treating everyone kindly so far as well, because wow, Mondays. Yikes. How goes out in the world? This is madness! Yes, it is. Yes. The madness is a state of existence. The chaos is the realm of existence, honestly. But it's fine. It's fine. We had family over that have been doing big travels, so we have seen them now for the first time in some months, and it was really great. And also we've been doing a bunch of home maintenance that was desperately necessary, so that was you know, a lot. Do you, Harriet Citadel, know where that's from? It can be from a great many things, because This Is Madness is a line that perpetuates through time. So it could be a reference to a great many things. Like, a significantly great many things. So I won't attribute it to any one particular source, because it is in fact a line that has been used in a great many places. If I Google This Is Madness, whatever at the top wins. Well, if it's going to spit out... Oh, it's going to spit out whatever is going to be the most popular opinion at the time, but eh. I wouldn't trust Google anymore, honestly, for sourcing information. And that's kind of tragic, but because the internet has become wholly unreliable for finding information. But that's fine. We survive. But yes, we have a lot to do this week. After last week's chaos with the Uma Musume watch-along that ended up not being on my channel because my internet died a significant death. That was completely unrecoverable, unfortunately, so... Oh no, do not ask ChatGPT. Please do not ask ChatGPT. It doesn't need more people feeding it. We don't need more people using ChatGPT. Please. Don't even joke about using ChatGPT on my channel. It's not... We do not use generative AI here. Ever. Your internet died? Yeah, on Thursday. That's why I couldn't actually host my POV of the Uma Musume collab with Pessimistic Hype on Thursday. And even now I'm sitting with a huge number of dropped frames. I think that's also internet problems, probably. Either that or it's my processor. One of the two. Or both. But yes, basically, my internet died so badly that I had to close every single thing on my computer and only be in the voice chat with Hype for that collab. And even then, the first half an hour was broken. It's so broken. I brought all of the scuff to that stream. Hype was so well prepared, and then my internet just bombed everything. So, sad. But, luckily, everything is on Hype's channel, so go check that out. It was a lot of fun, even with things failing on my end. That's a generational loss. We missed it in the next stream. Yeah, we were doing the watch-along of the movie. And it was really, really, really good. Once again, I could probably keep gushing about that movie, and I still want to rewatch again, because there is so much that can be studied from a creative aspect out of it that it was so worth it. You were on? Yeah, I was on Hype's channel. I was on Pessimistic Hype's channel. We were collaborating, yeah. But I think I'm just checking my task manager to make sure that... Yeah, CPU is crying, but it's fine. CPU is crying. Yeah. Shout out to Hype. I do not have shout out commands active at the moment. But yes, big shout out to Hype. We are going to be continuing with work on his character design a little bit later as well. First, we are going to be doing some work on a couple more 15-minute sketches that I got commissioned for. So we have 5 in the queue. Believe it or not, 5 in the queue. Wow. From Zany, who's another one of our regulars. And we've got another batch of 3 that we're going to be looking at tomorrow. I just didn't want to do them all on one day. Link me then? Okay, Pessimistic Hype. There we go. That should work. I hope. Hype isn't on Twitch, so for those of you who are chipping in from Twitch, you're only going to find him on YouTube for now. He was investigating multi-streaming earlier, but that did not entirely work out, so let me just grab from here. Let me just go here. Go to channel, open link in new tab. It was just the fastest way to get there. Oi. No. Here you go. There's the channel page. Copy. And paste. For those of us who are coming in from Twitch. So that you can see as well. Okay. That should work, yes. And why is my chat not... Why is my chat not showing up? Yeah, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You all can see it, I think. I hope. Oh well. One more just for luck, because I'm not seeing it on my streamer bot chat, which means that Twitch isn't getting it directly. I gotta say, you're looking like a PNG tuber today. Yes, I've got a really high dropped frame rate at the moment. Got a less than stable internet connection. And my encoder is crying. I haven't even done anything yet, and my CPU is sitting at like 80%. It's not ideal. I desperately need to do a hardware upgrade donathon. So I should probably talk about that a little bit, because it is something that I've been saying I need to get around to for a really long time, but I've not actually had the brain power to put together a donathon. But we need to actually talk about this, because we need to come up with ideas for incentives, and I've got a couple of ideas for incentives. But I need help, because I've never done one of these before, and I do not know what I'm doing. And we've got to hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And hopefully it's not broken today. Update, Twitch does see the link. Okay. Okay, it's just because it was only the one in my streamer bot chat, so I wasn't sure if it was going through as well. But thank you for checking. I appreciate it. So let me just come over here. I'm going to open a new canvas for the for Zany's things, but I just want to actually look at our ideas for Donathon, because we need to talk about this. So there are a couple of things that I do know that I do want to do, and let me just make a text block so that we don't have to deal with my drunken crab handwriting. And let's make that 35 so that we can see. I can't chat on Twitch, but I can see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So there are a couple of things that I know that I want to do. We've got, let's just make this black. Please and thank you. So we've got a couple of things. We've got, and then I'm going to have, please put this in left align, please and thank you. And Alexa, turn on dark mode. Okay, fine. 1 second, 1 second. We can do that. We can do that. Is that better? Should be. Okay. So okay, so I've got that as an idea. That's one thing that I've got. Joshua, hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? You didn't have to, but thanks, no, I understand that it hurts me too, so that was always going to be a thing that was going to happen. Okay, so this is what I've got in my notes for things that I do want to do, but I think we can afford to get a couple more ideas. I'm doing good, just here and working on stuff. Nice, nice, nice. We're quickly coming up with a list of things that we can do for a donathon, because I desperately need to do that before we get into actual commission work for today. Because things are breaking, or not necessarily breaking, but just getting very, very, very dangerously close to point of failure, and I want to start getting funds into have hardware replacements before I actually need them. So yeah, we've got to kind of get the ball rolling on that. So couple of channel incentives that I definitely know that I want to do is I want to have a short hair toggle. That I definitely know that I want to do. I want to have my patrol uniform. I want to have formal outfit that was on the thumbnail for the Uma Musume thing that never actually ended up happening on my stream, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It sucks to hear, but hopefully it'll be fine. Hopefully. I'm gonna need to see if I can organize a couple of collabs for this entire thing as well, of some description or another, because trying to get this on art alone is not gonna fly. Because yeah, it's not going to be enough of a draw for this sort of thing. I know that I want to do a I know that I definitely want to do I know that I've been wanting to do a karaoke stream, and this is as good an excuse as any to be preparing for that. I know that I want to this is going to be one of the bigger incentives. That I want to put out there. What I do want to just put on record for all of this while we're doing the planning here. Copy. Paste. One thing I want to put on record is all incentives need to be able to be fulfilled without relying on mentioning other people, because the money needs to go to hardware. There we go. So we need to think of a couple more personal incentives. I do not want to offer personalized sketches and things like that right off the bat, because I am pretty sure we're going to have a pretty limited capacity. Because I need to, in between fulfilling all of these goals, I also need to be able to actually still do work that pays me, because I need to eat that month as well. So I need to have capacity still after everything else to still offer commissions. Because the donathon stuff needs to be separate in terms of the pool from the commissions pool. So we need to come up with things. So I think we'll hit the model raffle when we hit our target. I'm going to use square brackets for targets. The target for the graphics tablet replacement alone, which has also got its various bits of hardware that need to go with it, the stand and so on. That's going to be at that point, at the £1,600 points, which is what we've currently got in our Ko-fi goal. So there are things that need to be beyond that point. I don't actually know how much computer stuff costs nowadays, and I'm kind of terrified. So I need to actually do reading into what I all need. I do know that I want to get a separate laptop for running the streaming software, so the live 2D model and the OBS and everything runs on a laptop rather than on my desktop machine, which is where I'm actually going to be doing my whatever I'm actually doing on stream, because that will make it such that if I want to do something like move to the kitchen to do a cooking stream, or move my rig to where my treadmill is so that we can do a walk along stream or whatever, then we've got that mobility option. So having the OBS and the VTubing software all on a laptop would be the ideal in that situation. For the sake of mobility. So I don't know how much an appropriate laptop would cost in my country. Because I'd want it to be something that has enough juice on it to be able to process the VTube Studio and the whatchamacallit, VBridger and the OBS encoding without it completely destroying the machine. Because currently my CPU is sitting at 95%. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah. So let's leave out stretch goals for now. But let's think. What other incentives would you like to see? What other incentives would you like to see? What do you think would be stuff that is what you as a viewer would find valuable if you were to make a donation? What would you find valuable? Perhaps a channel shout out? Okay, we need some other things. Let me just grab copy, paste. Let's go. Let's think. What can we do? It's going to be an opportunity for me to actually try and get people together. So let's go with 4 guys collab. Let's have maybe something funny like a rate my character or guess the law. Ooh, that could be interesting. Let's actually considering it's been almost a year, maybe I can do another one of those what's my character's fighting style tier lists. Because it's been a year since the last one. maybe have that like as a sort of an annual event almost. Because by then, a lot of people have come and gone and blah. And I like using the fighting style thing because it means that it's not ranking from this is good and this is bad, but more like this looks more like the sort of methodologies you'd use based off of that. What's the character's favorite ice cream? Yeah, that one is more difficult because Gapmoe is a thing. Gapmoe is a thing. Let me see. What is another cool event that we can do? What's another cool event that we can do? I have still not gotten any bites for the art collab that I've been wanting to do for months, so that's probably not going to happen. That's probably not going to happen because I've not gotten any bites on that. What else have I got that is... I haven't actually got an awful lot in the terms of multiplayer options, so I need to... And all of the stuff with multiplayer options just about I have not actually played before, so there's that little detail when it comes to collabs. Let's think. What are things that for an individual is a good incentive? Let's go with custom mistling design. Mistling or popsicle. Make it either or. Custom misting or popsicle. Okay. That'll be like the highest tier, I think, of the personal incentives. Then I don't know. This is already starting to look like a decent list now that I look at it. It's just in my notebook it looked an awful lot less. What other events can we do? What other events can we do as part of the donathon? Let's put this behind a paywall. Because otherwise I'm going to get a lot of people coming in freebies and not actually helping move the event forward, and that's not ideal. I need actual input. Because this is, in the end, a fundraiser. I think. What else can we do? 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 What else can we do, guys? Okay, let me just write this down again. Okay, so channel incentives. I think we've got a decent spread of channel incentives. Because with the toggles, at the very least, since I am my own model mama, I can put these together myself. It's just that having them incentivized here makes it higher up my priority list than what it currently is. I'm just writing it down here because I'm not sure if I'm going to be keeping this canvas. Then okay. So now it's all written down. Yeah. You could gather attention by playing some game that is rather divisive, like Legends of Fortnite. Oh man. I don't know if my machine will even survive playing League of Legends or Fortnite. I know I've played once, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I've played through the tutorial of League of Legends, and that's where I ended. That's where that ended. A swift and decisive death. Fortnite, I don't know if my machine will survive Fortnite. Because I'm sitting at 90% CPU as we sit here, so I'm scared that my machine might not survive it. Like, Fall Guys, I know my machine can mostly handle most days. Occasionally the same with Fast Penguin. I've never played Among Us, so I should not be... So I can't be sure about that one. And I don't know if people even still play Among Us anymore. It's like one of those flash-in-the-pan games, I think. I remember you playing Portal and struggling a bit? Yeah. Like, even the Fall Guys I'm taking with a little bit of a pinch of salt because it depends on, okay, will my machine actually survive it or not? Because at the end of the day, my machine actually needs to survive through the donathon. Among Us? Yeah, I've never played it. Never had people to play it with, so just never did. I don't do open lobbies, really. There's also Reaper. I'm not going to be playing Reaper. I know Repo is the hot one at the moment, but I'm not going to be playing Repo. Or any brand of horror game, really. I know Repo's not really horror, but it's horror-coded. I'm not going to be doing that one. Not the best idea with your current hardware. Yeah, that's my concern. That's my concern. So we are looking for things that are low CPU usage. Maybe what else can we do? I know I've still got to finish doing that 3D sculpting thing. And Ask Me Anything? Maybe, but I'm wondering. Isn't like a normal Zatsu and Ask Me Anything almost? Because, I mean, I've got no problems with people actually asking questions during my average everyday stream, so I don't know if an AMA is going to be valuable to anyone, especially considering that for an event like this, I'd kind of want it to be something that could also invite new people as well. And when someone doesn't know you, they've got no reason to ask you stuff, really. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but I don't know, maybe I could do something with, I don't know, inviting a couple of guests and seeing if we can do a Zatsu while I draw them or something. I don't know, limiting it to like an hour and having a list of questions, maybe 2 hours, and having a bunch of questions and seeing if we vibe. Because that'll also give me an opportunity to talk with some people that I've not really talked with before. Especially not on stream, so... I don't know. I feel bad about it being attached to the donathon, though. Because at that point, let's just hydrate real quick. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. I'd like to do that, but I don't want to do it attached to the donathon because that is going to be like saying, okay, I'm only coming to you for money, and that I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to people. That's not a good idea. That's bad politics. I'd like to do that, but not attached to the donathon. Let me write that down as a separate thing altogether. 2 hours guest. Okay. I've got that written down. I'll do that as a separate thing. Not attached to the donathon. Okay. I don't know if we're going to come up with anything new for now. Let's leave this up. Gamer boy, hello, welcome in. I hope that you had a good weekend. Events need to be kind to existing potato hardware. Okay. I am gonna just open up a new canvas. Put this on this side. And over here, let's just go view, get rid of my prop mark and default border. How was your weekend? My weekend was really busy. I had family over that I've not seen for several months, and we were doing home maintenance things. So it was a busy weekend. So I wanted to do some things that I never got an opportunity to actually do. I wanted to try get a couple of attacks in on Art Fight. Never could. Because as soon as the family left, I ended up crashing so very hard. I fell asleep basically all the way through till Monday. It was a desperately needed sleep. It was just that busy and insane. But it was good seeing everyone again. But the adrenaline crash hit hard. Okay. Let me just go File, Save As, and put this in the correct folder. So this needs to go to commissions, to Zany, to 2025. Copy. No. Copy text, not copy folder. There we go. Now we make a folder for sketch number 1. And we go duplicate, 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 and duplicate. There's only going to be 5 because Zany's asked for the last one to be a 2-in-1. So he did the buy 2 get 1 free special, so basically 6 characters. So if 2 characters are going to be in one drawing, that goes down to 5 drawings, not 6. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Right. Let's see. Let's look at the first one of these and see. Two Adeline, 1 Zany. Okay. Two Adeline, 2 Zany, 1 combo. Okay. We can roll with that. We can roll with that. Okay. Let me just open up references again. If I'm not mistaken, these are going to be the 2 references I'm looking for. I hope. I hope. I hope. I hope. See, everything is taking slow. Everything is slow. Yeah, that's the sketch I was thinking. Okay, so those are my 2 references. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that like so. And I knew there was something I was forgetting. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I need to come over here and go open a new tab. And drop this window over here so that I can keep an eye on it, because I've got no idea what's happening at the moment. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I can't see what's going on there. Blah. My weekend is going very stressful. I have to study a lot as my exams are going on. I'm also not getting proper sleep. Have 2 chapters left to finish. Ooh, man. Good luck. That is not easy. That is not easy. I wish you strength for your exams. Okay. No, this isn't gonna work. I need to put this over here because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to tell. Okay. Let's go with, so I'm just trying to get my brain on straight here. Okay, let me just dive in and hope for the best, I guess. Okay. Clear. And restart the timer because I just lost way too much time on that. Let me think here. I want to do something with a little bit of torso rotation, I think. A little bit of torso rotation ought to do the trick here. And let's use her staff as a prop here. The ribs are a little bit too broad here. Alright, that'll work for a foundation. Okay. Time check, 10 minutes. Okay. You know what? I want to change your expression here. Keith Manta, hello, hello, welcome in. Good afternoon, I forgot it was Monday. Aren't you lucky that you could forget what day of the week it was? Okay, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Right, she's now. Oh, half health. Can't remember which. Time check, 7 minutes. You're lucky, you'll be okay. Rapidadam. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay. .3 minutes, okay. Need to not get bogged down now. I felt myself starting to. Okay, that should put us in the glove section. There we go. Oh boy. And that is the first 15 gone, and I'm going to need the 5 minutes of overtime. Okay, here we go. Undo, undo, undo. Okay, then on this side, clear that. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. I need to go for 25. Yeah. Very dark clothing. No, this is going to be the 50. Uncheck. That went away way too fast. 25. That time went away way too fast. No. Okay, that I totally lost time there, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. First one of the day, I can give myself a little bit of grace. Okay, that's number one. Ack. Adeline number one. Check. Save button. And now I'm gonna take that hydrate, which I was missing there. Whew. Okay. This sketch done. Okay. I think we're not gonna come up with any more ideas for Donathon for now. So I'm gonna collapse that because I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily have that on screen the entire time. I'm just gonna collapse that down. But yeah, okay, that's first sketch sorted. Number next. We've got second Adeline sketch. Okay. Okay, number two. Let's go with something like this. I'm gonna just go transform to horizontal because it makes more sense for this to be a left-handed affair for now, because we don't know whether she's left or right-handed, so we're gonna assume right. Something like that. Just scale this up. Nope, cancel. Keep aspect ratio. There we go. Sorry, accidentally hit my microphone with my head there. Just gonna move it ever so slightly that way. There we go. There we go. Okay, our embroidery loop is coming together here. There we go. Okay. Time check, 6 minutes. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. Time check, 4 minutes. Okay. So far, so good. Time check, 3 minutes. This is going better than the other one so far. Okay. And 50. This is going to be 75. There we go. And save button. Okay, that is just about in time. Okay, that is 2 out of our 5 sketches. Please, Clip Studio, respond. Eesh. That was too close. Way too close. Okay, yipes. Okay, that's our 2 Adeline sketches. Sorted. Now, I just want to check over by the commission briefing again. Nothing specific, okay. Nothing specific for the zany piece. Alright. Let me just double check over here that I don't duplicate something that I've already done with him. Reading. Okay, there's that. And a pretty basic one, okay. Okay, so number next for Zany. Let's see. Let's think. What can we do with him? What can we do with him? Ba-ta-tum. I'm not sure. Which pose to give him this time? I want to not overstretch myself in terms of timing. Let's talk about it. Thank you for the glasses. Welcome in. How goes? I hope you had a good weekend. What are we gonna do for Zany here? Yeah. I really need to curb those American R's. I don't like it. In my speech. Don't like it. Okay. How goes? Let's talk about it. Hope you're doing well. I be living. Well, that is a good start. I'm trying to think of a 15-minute sketch pose that I can do for Zany. And I'm currently drawing a little bit of a blank in my brain right this very second. I'm currently drawing a bit of a blank for what I'm going to do with him. That does not bode well. Let's think. I've got a lot on my mind this time. Instead, not sure if that's gonna work for the 15-minute poses, or if it's in character, but I'll consider it. I suppose it could count as training. Let me think. I'm not getting anything at the moment in my head. I'm not catching anything in the moment. When that happens, I don't think it's wise to continue with the task, because at that point what happens is that suboptimal things come out. And I do not want to deliver something suboptimal. But that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Why is the coffee gone? No. Okay, water it is. Fine. I thought I still had coffee. Sad. Okay. So I'm gonna close this for now. do I need to keep this canvas? Let's keep it open until just now, and let's see if I'm going to still refer to it. Towards the end of stream, coming up with ideas, because my hardware is complaining at me. And I need to decide when I'm actually going to do the thing. Perhaps August will be a good month. Perhaps we'll see if I can plan it in time. So the next thing that I was due to work on today is, if I'm not mistaken, the other thing I was due to work on today was Hype's assembly phase. Okay. The next thing I was due to work on today was Hype's assembly phase. So let me just go here, open. Cancel. I want to be on this canvas before I open so that it's in the same window. To Hype, to character design, to iterations, open. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I just want to see. Where's 4? Okay. I'm just quickly reading over my briefing here. For the assembly. Where's 12? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to just, I'm not going to put it on a separate canvas, I'm going to do an iteration for. Duplicate. I'm going to do an iteration for. Canvas size, drag this out. And let's see. Okay. So, iteration 4, we're going to just drag this one across here. And just give ourselves a separation. So that we're not getting confused between things. So we like the shoes. From iteration 1. So we put that there. From iteration 2. Okay. Actually, I'm going to copy all of the inks from iteration 2 because this is the one that's closest to the mark in totality. And now let's adjust off of this. Let me just do this rather. Paste. Copy number 2 across. There we go. Now, let's start by getting rid of the chain because that was too much. Likes the pin there. Okay. Let's go with getting rid of the thick pinstripes here because that was too much. Needs to be the side detail, the side panel, not a whole centerline seam with piping. Okay, let's go with that. I'm still not sure about the double-breasted because that was one thing that wasn't clarified here. I think let's integrate the half circle detail. If I'm making a mistake, I can correct me later, because that's not something that I'm 100% clear on right now. But it's fine. There we go. Let's get rid of the sleeve cinches. Okay, something like this. Okay. So we'll probably put some sort of a texture on that section. Okay, clear that. First things first, grab our color and let's go expand by 1, invert, and fill. There we go, clear, lock. Okay. Tidy this up. I did like the cobalt on the piping here though. Something like that. Let's have the light on the short side. Okay, getting there, getting there. We're starting to get a little bit of a best of all worlds sort of thing going on here. Hmm. Now what I want to do is I just want to copy now. This would probably be a proper pair of trouser pants which would be held up by suspenders, not a pair of trousers with a belt, necessarily. So would there even be a place for this to hang here? Probably not. So unless it's literally, unless the carabiner is clipped to the suspenders, in which case it would maybe just poke out here, but then the chain would need to be a little bit longer, which means we're going to put that about there and scrap everything above here because you're not going to be able to see it. Okay. That's looking like a decent enough crossover between these. Now I want to just do... I kind of want to give this waistcoat an epaulette. Something is telling me that this waistcoat wants an epaulette. Let me do it and just see how it looks. Make it a little bit deeper. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Like it wasn't wanting that. Okay, let's try. It just makes it feel a little bit more complete and less in need of an over jacket. Because the over jacket is going to bulk up the arms, and he does not want a bulky arm look. He wants a nice tight on the arm look, which means shirt, no jacket, basically. Let's see. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to just extend this a little bit. I want to go canvas size. Extend that just a little bit further. Okay, I want to give myself enough room to think. Duplicate. Now I want to do the same thing, just with the sleeves rolled up, as a toggle version, basically. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna commit to it, because I think it looks good. Right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to number 3. Copy those lines, collapse there, paste there, move this across, hide that, hide that, hide that. Get rid of the excess, which is going to be that. Get rid of that. Merge down, grab color. at the thumb. Let me think for a second here. How's this going to work in practicality? So, this is a French cuff sleeve, which means that it's already going to be a bit broad. So, in terms of how this is going to fold onto the arm here, unlock. That's basically turned over once. Turned over once. Turned over twice. Third time. Let's start by just filling in the entire thing black so that I can see what we've got going on here. I know what's inside here is going to need to be blue either which way. Basically what would happen, if I am guesstimating this correctly, is we would have something like this happening. Because that's how it would work if one did roll that up. Now we've got 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold. Would there be Would there be I'm just quickly doing some thinking here regarding cufflinks, and more specifically the holes for cufflinks. Now let me think. We've got connection. 1. Is there any reason why I can't get something like that? No, there isn't any reason why there can't be. Wait, am I being dumb? Very likely. Because you're not actually going to see any internal mechanisms there. Unless the shirt is lined, which I highly doubt. And there's also not going to be anything like, how would you roll up a sleeve without, while retaining the color on the outside? It's almost like you'd have to pull it up and over itself, sort of do a little Z-fold sort of thing, which I can't imagine holding very long. Let me check something here quickly. When in doubt, go to the places that actually deal with suits. Okay. So probably this was the best bet, yeah. That's gonna be the best bet. Okay. And drop that in there. And add a note. And let's go with this. Actually, I want to have blue here, black here. For a little bit more contrast. So that duplicate, edit, and the size. Pull this across. Clear that. Take duration 1. Duplicate. Put that there. Put a mask on it. Go it this way. Get rid of the mannequin. Collapse that. Hello, Zany. Welcome in. How goes? Hope that you had a good weekend. to see you, Zany. I started work on your sketches. I had hit a little bit of a roadblock in terms of ideas. So I am mulling. I am mulling a little bit. I got the 2 Adeline sketches down, but I'm just trying to figure out what I can do with yours and the duo piece. Just woke up, so it's going slow for now. Oh my word. Welcome to consciousness. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, put that there. Grab that. And go. Okay. Right, that looks a bit classier. Yeah. The discs were a bit gaudy. And the very pale front panel was a bit gaudy, so this is probably a better bet overall. Okay. Feeling better about that, so duplicate this. Move you across this way. As long as you don't burn yourself out. Yeah, I'm trying to manage it. Today has just been a little bit slow in terms of recovery after a very, very, very wild weekend of people. So I am trying to manage creative juices and make sure that I don't do anything that's going to be detrimental, and I'm just quickly going to make sure that a chaos pet does not destroy me. Come on. He has definitely found the most effective way to make sure that I stand up and open the door for him to get out. Because he knows, okay, if I jump on the desk and poke around in a destructive enough looking manner, she's gonna get up and let me out. And he was looking very menacingly at my monitor. And that would have been an expensive problem. But yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna hide. No, I'm gonna not hide that. I'm just gonna select here. I'm gonna go File, Export, Single Layer, PNG, and go Assembly. Okay, save. Selection area, okay. And I'm just quickly going to send this to Hype. Over here. Yeah, I do feel like I've got a little bit of brain fog at the moment, but I am trying to manage it. And hopefully by this time tomorrow I'll be back up to full speed. Because I've got quite a couple of these 15-minute sketches that I need to go through. I've got another batch of 3 from a new client who I've not worked with before in the pipelines that I'm going to be trying to work on tomorrow. So I need to make sure that I can actually achieve that tomorrow. Yay. And that's a stretch. Let me just send this thing through and I will then follow that up with it. I'll follow that stretch up. Ah! Thank you. And the hydrate. Okay, we will stretch and hydrate in just 1 second. Okay. Yeah. And there's the automated hydrate. Ah! Okay, so we're gonna have 2 hydrates in a row. Thank you, Zany. Oh, joy. Okay, so, hi. Have gone through your notes and put together alternative option and put together an assembled option that we can refine further. Please let me know if you have, if you see anything you would like to have removed or altered in any way. I look forward to hearing back from you. Send. Okay. That is that part for the day. Save button. Hydrates. So, let's start with the hydrates and then we'll do the stretches. Everything is happening all at once! Panic, yes. Yes. That is how it always happens. That everything will be completely dead quiet for 10, 15, 20 minutes and then boom, everything is going on all at the same time. But that's always how it happens. Every single time. Every single time. It's amazing. Okay. That 700 milliliters of water is not going to last the hour at this rate. Okay. So, stretchy time. First things first, we stand and like that so that it can keep going, even though I'm pretty sure that I've got some amazing lag with drop frames. I've got like a 6.2% drop frame rate on OBS, it says at the moment. Wee. Okay, first thing I'm noticing is that my right knee is upset with me. I'm immediately noticing that my right knee is upset with me. So what I'm doing is I'm just rotating. I've got my legs a little bit further than shoulders width apart. I'm just rotating to the right. Trying to get a little bit and left. Basically facing backwards now. Trying to get a little bit of twist in those knees. Neil. See, how does that work? Doing something. What? Maybe? Broad stance squat is... it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Feeling a little bit better. Just shake the feet out a little bit. This is a direct result of having not enough leg room underneath my desk. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We shall survive, we shall survive. Now, stretch up. And to the side. Okay. Now, next stretch is what we're going to do. We're going to stand upright, feet together basically. Lean ever so slightly back. Not quite so much that we're going to fall over, but just so that we feel slightly uncomfortably backwards. Engage the core to just give ourselves a little bit of stability on that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the top back corner of the head, so basically where you see my ponytail is, and we're just going to try and pull that towards the ceiling. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, and relax. And again, basically where the top of your head, like where my ponytail is, we're going to stretch it towards the ceiling and stretch, pull that up, pull that up, keep the shoulders down but pull the top of the head up, and a little bit more, a little bit more. You can't really see anything happening, but it's actually stretching quite significantly, and relax. Whew, one does not realize how pulling the back of your head upwards affects the front of your chest. Wow. It just goes to show how neck tension affects the entire upper torso. Because everything is connected, man. Very, very connected. Woo-wee. And relax. Okay, that's good for now. Actually, let's do the same thing with our head rotated to the side. So, looking 90 degrees to the left. Also, going to grab the top of the head and just pull it up to the ceiling. Hold, 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 and relax. And other side. Up, hold. Wow, I can't actually feel that I've moved anything, even though I've just completely not moved my head on the... Okay, relax. Left again. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Relax. Other side. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and relax. Okay. Just a little stretch. Okay. So, there we go. We've now sent an assembly through to get feedback returned on that one. I feel like the new iterations on the Grey, or the new version on the Grey, has a bit more refinement to it. Okay. Close that. Yeah, I had this open because we were starting talking about this, that I need to desperately start putting together the donathon, and of course now I've got all of the dropped frames and all of the limited internet access. Of course it would right this moment. So I have all of this written down in my notebook as well, but basically I'm planning a donathon because I desperately need to buffer the savings for the replacement hardware, because as you guys know, my machine has been screaming at me. Basically, as soon as I switch on my streaming software, before I open anything to actually do, my CPU sits at like 68-70%. As soon as I start actually running a stream. So I am definitely looking at getting some additional hardware. I'm looking at getting a laptop so that I can actually have my streaming software on a laptop and run a dual system that is mobile, so that if I want to do a cooking stream or an exercise stream by the treadmill, that I can actually move the stream setup without it being the madness of trying to lug an entire workstation, which is obviously not viable. And wow, that's a lot of drop frames. Ah, my poor internet. No, please survive. Please survive. Yeah. So that is a thing that I'm currently busy coming up with, is I need to do still the reading on what kind of laptop is going to be the best bet, because I've not actually dared to hunt that information yet. But this is basically what I've got in mind so far. I don't know if anyone who is coming in now or has been lurking for a while has any additional ideas of things that you would like to see me do for a donathon, because I feel like I don't know if I'm offering enough. I don't know if I'm doing enough. I've never done a donathon before. So I wanted to get planning sorted in such a way that it can probably in August. It can probably happen in August. I don't think August is probably going to be the month that is least likely to have chaos, because I know September and October are going to have chaos because it's my parents' birthday months. So August is probably going to be the month least likely to have social chaos from the family side. June and July are generally completely bonkers. So I don't have an option really for July. It's too late to start planning a thing to go in July anyway. I don't know really how to even do the thing. In terms of so much actual administration behind the whole madness. But yeah. So this is something that I've currently got spinning in the back of my brain. Let's see, what other work can I do right now? Because I'm not getting ideas for those 15-minute sketches right now. and I don't want to mess them up. I think. Let's see. I haven't had the opportunity to do the reading on the Fairy Lights geonodes thing for Nafkuchinops's room build further, so that's one thing that's still in limbo. What else is in the list of immediate importance? So I need to do that reading. I've got all of the 15-minute sketches. What I think I'm going to do is there are only 6 slots left of the buy 2 get 1 free special. So when those are gone, I'm probably not going to offer it again for a while. Just because I do feel myself being burnt out from that particular commission type at the moment, and I don't necessarily want to perpetuate a thing that's going to be exhausting mentally. So I'm going to leave it be for a while, and then the normal standard 1 at a time 15-minute sketches are still going to be a thing. But it's just not going to be the same big bulk batches. Let me think. What can we work on in that case? I don't want to... I don't want to work on the summer picture yet because I'm scared I'm not going to have anything left to do on Thursday if I work on it now. Wait, let me just come over here for a second. And come to our schedule. Make sure that it's the right one. Okay, and let's just have a look-see. Yeah, so chances are tomorrow and Wednesday we're going to be doing a lot of work on Nafkuchinops's room. So that's going to be the plan for those 2 days, probably. Probably. Okay. So, let's think. What can we do for right now that's not going to be bonkers? Let's go with... Coming back to our main screen here. I want to close this because I'm... yeah, we're probably not going to look at this again today. And all it's doing is distracting me. Do not save. I've got it written down in my notebook anyway, it's fine. There we go. There we go. And let's go with... What was the other task that I needed to do? I needed to... Just making sure that I'm not being completely bonkers. Type assembly sent, okay. Okay, how about... Let me see, what have I got in my work in progresses? Maybe that's a good place to start. What work in progresses have I got that are viable to keep plugging away at? You know, probably this thing. I've got to do it anyway, I might as well work on it a little bit. May as well work on this a little bit. Otherwise it's going to get lost in the deep recesses of... too far down the work in progress queue to remember that it exists. So, this is another animation. Surprise, surprise, we're doing those still. Wow. But this one, surprise, surprise, is for me. We're finally doing a Harrier Stinger. Wild, ain't it? I do feel like the timing on this swoop is a little bit sharp, though. Yeah. Let's just space all of those into 2s. Okay, so that is going to be then our... So that's our character section. Happy with that. Now I want to add another animation folder. Call that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 should be enough for now. Cool. Let's put 0 down. 1. Okay. So 1. Two. Three. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 9. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Um, okay. Okay. I'm not happy that this shape is right. Okay, let's just check. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's working so far. Let's check it. Getting there. My idea with this one is to focus more on special effects. So I've got this puff of mist happening after our impact. And it seems to be working. Something like that. Marisa Jackson, welcome in, and thank you so much for the raid. Hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. It is an absolute pleasure to be joined with you guys today. Hello, hello. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to? No, I'm not happy with that. I want to have a little bit more of a curl on that one. We are currently animating a stinger animation, and I'm trying to put some mist together as it dissolves across screen and gets blown out of the way. We're getting there slowly but certainly. The stinger is currently looking like that. And so far so good. So we're just finishing this puff, and then we'll be able to start actually taking it to the next step. How are you, Harriet? I'm doing very well, thank you. I have been a bit productive today. We've done some commission work already. I hit a couple of brick walls with some ideas for some 15-minute sketch commissions that I've got in the queue, so I'm just managing the mental capacity a little bit with that at the moment to make sure that I don't fall into an art block, because one of the first signs of an art block coming is when you look at the task and you just draw a blank. So I am task switching to help prevent that from manifesting into an actual block. I do believe it's just some side effects from having had a very busy weekend with family gatherings and such. So I'm pretty sure it's just the Monday fog behind the ears blurring in a little bit, but we're managing. We're managing. I hope you are doing well as well. What were you doing in stream? I attempted to play Alan Wake 2 and mostly troubleshooted and talked about the fact that Roman Reigns is playing Akuma in Street Fighter mode. Ooh. Ooh. So all in all, a busy stream. Wow. But having a good yap session is also fun. I hope you enjoyed it. despite, by the sounds of the troubleshooting, that you might have had some scuff. Okay, check. Busy indeed. It was lighted. I'm glad it was fun, and I apologize that you had to suffer through the scuff. But it's part of the job. We must all suffer the scuff. I apologize if I am suffering the scuff as well. I am dealing with dropped frames and some weird internet. My CPU is currently running at 100%, says my task manager. So if I'm starting to go into PNG mode, it's because my machine is overloaded. Keith Manta, what's happening now? I ran into the brain fog, so I'm currently working on a stinger animation for myself. Because I've been procrastinating on that for way too long. So it's another job that has been in the queue. So I figured I might as well work on it a little bit for myself. Because otherwise it's just going to sit and not happen. But I think it's coming together nicely. I think concept-wise I'm happy with that. Because when I've actually got those in the animation, it's going to make a lot more sense. Because it's there in the first frame, but you don't actually see it for the majority of what's happening there. So when those fall in, it'll work out. It'll make sense. It'll make sense then. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Pause button. There we go. Twisting physics. Yay, our favorite thing. Right? Okay, so there's gonna be a lot going on there. A lot of space for in-betweens on these explosion frames and the mist frames. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to separate the... let me just switch off my wings, because why are they clipping? Or was that just display issue? I think that was just a display issue. Let me just unequip the wings for a second. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my effects layer on its own set. And put the actual whatchamacallit, character layer on its own level. So the character is going to be one animation folder, and then the background effects is going to be another one. So we're going to use folders for this. We're going to need at least a minimum of 36 of those. Yipes, okay. Let me start with my Gengar controls. Let's go normal Gengar layers. There we go. Animation inker. I've been using 4, but I feel like that might actually be a little bit for feel like it's for the background, it's going to be a little bit much. That looks like it's going to be better. That looks like it's going to be better. So we're going to pull that all the way back to the beginning. Okay. And let's go. Firstly, put that on a 0. And convert this layer to a vector layer. Okay. Same with this one. Convert layer to a vector layer. Same with this one. Convert layer to a vector layer. Okay. Collapse that because I'm not going to use it. Alright. Now this, we're going to duplicate. 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 More duplications. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm just quickly renaming my layers so that I don't have chaos happening. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay. It's a good starting point. I'm now just quickly placing a couple of those down. All right. Come down to our inks layer. Undo. I want to be on the line layer. Let's reduce that opacity a bit more. Let's simplify that entire line. There we go. Control point. That works. There we go. Add control points. Switch corner here. There we go. And flip. And rotate. Get rid of those, 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 get rid of those. Nope. Alright. That way around, cool. Now we've got to copy that to there. Something like that. There we go. And that's the hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. Okay.
Smooth view. Okay. Cut those. There we go. Flip. Undo. Okay. Now we in between. Now this is a weird in between, so let's be careful with this. Okay, that works, that works. something like this, or to do the trick. There we go. I'm happy with the speed on this. It's like lightning fast, which is what I want. Now, yeah. Let's go with this. Clean up edges. Nope. Really? Fine. Have it your way. Okay. Onion skin on. Okay, let's pull these down. Make sure that this closes. Delete control point. Okay, clear those. Move you. Move you. Delete you. Move you. Okay. Onion skin off. Undo. Okay, that's working. So our initial effect is functional. Cool. Now, nine. Let's see. And flip. There we go. $10. Okay, let's just hide that for a second. I just want to see how this behaves. Okay, so it can be on 2s from here. I'm happy with that pacing. It can be on 2s from here. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. And now we're just going to place our frames. I'm doing the effects separately from the character, specifically so that I can tweak the pacing on these individually as needed. So I'm going to need 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. Okay. Copy. Paste. Let's see what happens here. $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41, $42, $43, $44, $45, and $46. Okay. 42, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. Okay. Okay, yeah. There we go. Nope. Clear that, clear that. There we go. Good, good, good. And new view. There we go. Let me flip this so that I've got better control. There we are. Okay, slowly but certainly we are making progress. Okay. Hide that. Now let's come back here and do our in-betweens. These couple. Clean those up. That works, that works. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest saber consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Oh. Okay, next. I should probably seal that off. Same with this one, needs to still be sealed. I should probably start with that one on this one. And another box. These lines are very, very dainty compared to what I'm used to, so I can hardly see them. That makes this an interesting challenge. But maybe going for the thinner line will overall be the better bet. It's gonna look more anime, which is probably for the best. Okay, onion skin off. Let's check. Okay, so far so good. What I am gonna do is I am going to grab this very nearly white. But first what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give ourselves a little bit of a canvas color so that I can see what I'm doing on top of it. Okay. So far so good, but next what I need to do is I need to come over here, create a new layer. And just create a crop mask. Okay. And duplicate. There we go. So now if I hit the play button, I've not got distractions. That looks good. That looks good. So this is going to be our effects layer. This one is our sketch. Effects sketch. Okay. Hide character sketch. Hide the crop mask for a bit. There we go. Okay. Putting these boundaries in place is helping. What on earth happened there? Okay, come over here, grab that color. Hey, no. I want to get rid of that, but not the other bit. There we go. Okay. Our cloud is slowly but certainly creeping its way across the screen. Okay. Check. Okay, slowly but certainly getting there. Slowly but certainly getting there. Holly on live. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Greetings. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. And Mizu is trying. Also, thank you so much for the raid as well. Hello, hello. Greetings. Oh my word. Thank you for the follow as well. Greetings, greetings. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it is such a pleasure to have you guys here. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. I don't know if you're raiding together, but the timing was just so perfect. Oh my word. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello. You catch me as I am busy animating clouds of mist rolling across the screen. How goes? Thank you for the raids! I hope your streams went well. I am animating a stinger animation for myself because I am still lacking one. We are? It's good. Okay. It's a joint raid. Okay. It's my first time experiencing one of those, so it's an absolute pleasure to have you all here. Hello, hello. Whoa. If I can just not have my internet die, please and thank you, and not have my computer freeze, please and thank you. Okay. So, let me just put my crop mask on again, because otherwise it's going to be fuzzy. This is what we've got of our little animation so far. So far so good on that effect. And when I switch that on as well, our character, so that you can see where I'm going with this. And let's just hide that so that you can just see it all together. Yes, we're doing a stinger animation because I have been desperately lacking one for the last year. So I'm finally putting effort into making one for myself. Very nice. I am glad. I'm glad. The vibes in this channel are general productivity, cozy vibes, shared creative chaos. So if that is something that tickles your fancy, you are more than welcome to join at any time. We're a very, very, very low-key place when it comes to making your presence known. So if you're a lurker, please do not feel that you need to speak. I'm never going to call you guys out if you're a lurker, but I will say that I appreciate you for being here. Because your time is your most precious thing you have to offer someone, so I definitely appreciate everyone who spends time here. Making things, observing how things are made, learning a few things maybe. And who knows, maybe I learned a few things from you. Anything's possible. Joshua, the weighted T-pose. Oh boy, okay. That is 30 seconds, right? Make sure to lurk, then come in with torture. Yes. Okay. Being the first time that the weighted T-pose has ever actually been redeemed, I'm gonna use the 1 kilogram dumbbell because frankly, I have not done this before in a while. And you've got the cape toggle, thank you. Thank you for keeping me warm. It is winter in my part of the world, so that is greatly appreciated. So, I have got the dumbbells in my hands, and the T-pose is gonna begin. I should actually have a 30-second timer for this, but I don't. I don't have a 30-second timer for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch on my 5-minute timer and then just look at the clock. Alright? So, 1, 2, 3, begin. So this is just basically helping keep me active and not become a complete potato behind the desk from inertia. So literally I have got my dumbbells in my arms. I am
standing in a T-pose at the moment. And I have now got to keep this until the timer runs down sufficiently that I can say, I have done the 30 seconds, which is there, and I'm going to give it just another 3 seconds, just so that you can't have any complaints. There we go, extra 5. You got an extra 5 out of me. There we go. Hello. Don't all heroes wear capes? Ah! That is an interesting question. I am an alien. I don't know if that qualifies as hero. But it is an absolute pleasure to have you guys here with me. And I need to check that. I didn't miss anything? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. No capes. Can I have an extra 30? I forgot to switch off my timer. Whoopsie. Thank you. I would have left the timer running and then everyone would have been confused, including me! Okay, and that's a hydrate reminder. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Why? Because I'm not the only person in chat who needs to stay hydrated and healthy. Oh, fun, fun. Yes. The only reason I have a cape is because I absolutely despise sleeves, but I also despise being cold. So, the cape is the best bet to not actually have mass under my arms, which gets in the way and knocks things over and presses buttons when I don't want them to, which I've also been fighting with this evening, but shh. I unfortunately don't have the luxury of capes in the flesh. But capes are cool and dangerous. Only dangerous if you are in situations where you are actively in danger of snagging on things. But how they are also attached is also a consideration. Like, mine in this case is actually pretty much just a jacket with open bottom sleeves, basically. So it would definitely either have the seams completely rip off, or it would pull me into danger if it got actually snagged on or something. But that's why this is not my patrol uniform. This is my civilian wear for when I'm at home, or just walking around town. I have plans to make my patrol uniform active toggle at some point in the relatively near future, so you'll notice when I've got that it is significantly more slimline and no cape. Unfortunately, it's got sleeves, but that's kind of also armor, because, you know, patrol potentially going to encounter fearsome nasties, so you gotta compromise somewhere, right? Jordog, hello, hello, welcome in. Okay, we are slowly but certainly getting there with our puffy mist sweep.
Can I see the animation so far? Sure, just one moment. Let me just get these corners cleaned up and then I will show you guys the animation so far. Alright, crop mask on, standing upright, and go to beginning. There we go. So that's what we've got. And there's going to be a character layer over the top of this. But yeah, this is the idea in general. Because we've got a rolling puff of mist. And that's going to be our scene transition. Please don't make the lurkers feel guilty. I literally just told them that I don't expect people to chat if they don't want to. No. Problem. Move control point. You need to go out. There we go. There, it's better. Was that a mistake? Was that a mistake? Hold up. Yes, it was a mistake. Okay. This is supposed to be closed still. This is my official stinger animation, so I won't be making the character derpy. I am making a utility item for myself. So it's kinda gotta do a job. Sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean to type that. Okay. All as well. Let's put this like so. So we can have a nice long clean stroke. Nice. And up, one more take at this, because why? I want to go from there. That's better, that's better, that's better. Clear that. Upright. Okay, there we go, there we go. Do you use Adobe Animate? I use Flipper Clip. I'm actually animating in Clip Studio. I'm actually animating in Clip Studio Paint. I pretty much, for everything 2D, use Clip Studio Paint. Until the point where I actually need to do a spine animation, in which case I move over to Live 2D. Yep. So, I am the maker of my own VTuber model. I'm actually planning on making a couple more models in the near future. There's one that I've got in a work in progress phase, but I have some serious doubts about some decisions I made regarding that one, so I am thinking it out again a little bit before I continue with it. Imagine being live for 1 year straight and it's just music. You know, I'm pretty sure there are some channels like that on Twitch. But I know that YouTube has a 12-hour per stream limit. Like, unless it's a radio channel, I guess. But I don't know how those guys do it. Hide that. Alright. Come back here, grab our full color. Nope. Where's the problem? Where's the break? Right, that's the problem. I need to seal that and that. No, I need to seal that. There we go. That solves the issue. bunch of people that think that 4 months is crazy, but it's 1 whole year. Well, it all depends on how you've got it set up, because if you've got it automated, then it's no big deal, frankly. The bigger hassle, if you're going to be doing something like that, is making sure that you don't get bonked for copyright infringement. Because if you're doing music for a whole year, unless it's literally your own stuff, you are in for the copyright bonk of all copyright bonks, if you have not got your royalties in order. I'm not happy with that at all. Let's see here. Delete. Move. There we go. You're not happy with dab? I didn't see what the dab was related to, so I decided to just not comment on it. There we go. Slowly but certainly we're getting this all in place. Let's add a little bit more chaos to the mix, because at the moment it's a little bit too perfect. Let's go with this. There we are. And up here. How many more of these have I got on this frame? 1, 2, 3. And then some. Okay, still got a ways to go. Okay. Nope. There we go. And on this side. Okay, slowly but certainly we're getting there. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. And clear that, clear that. No. No, okay. Slowly but certainly, slowly but certainly. Move. Good enough. Okay, that's that one. Now I've still got to do a bunch of in-betweens now, but it's fine. It's easier to have the in-betweens in place when the actual inks that I'm following are more accurate. Get rid of the extras. There we go. Boom. Okay. Over here. Slowly but certainly getting there. Slowly but certainly getting there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Move you. Like that. That's good. Yeah, that corner, that was debris. Be gone with that. Clear. There we go. Undo. There we go. Clear the excess. Not happy with that. Okay. Lines. There we go. There we go, there we go. Clear, clear. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Did both of those go? Yes, they did. Okay, cool. Really? That'll do the trick. There we go. And that's the hydrate. Oh, Phoenix! Hello, hello! Did you know graveyards are all the rage? People are dying to get in. Oh my word. Oh my word. That is a very interesting choice. Hello Phoenix, good to see you. That's a hydrate reminder, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. And that was the end of my water. Okay. How are you doing, Phoenix? It's been a while. How goes? Nope, undo. Doing good, you? Okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Managing some precursors to art block that I'm trying to keep quelled and at bay. But so far so good. Eek. Been hoping for commissions, but very little luck. Oh dear. Yeah, it does take a while to build up a client base. Trust me, I know. Getting started is hard. I hope that you get more joy soon. The unfortunate thing is that with commissions, half of the luck comes from how good your marketing is. So, Eric. To Freeze, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Also looking for a job? Ah, I see. Yuck, no, that's horrible. Doesn't help that not a lot of people are looking for writing commissions. Ah, yeah. Yeah, the thing with writing commissions is that courtesy of a certain generative bot out there, a lot of people have gotten really lazy when it comes to getting text. And have neglected the all-important human element of that. That is frustrating. This might sound weird, but what's your favorite word to say? I haven't actually put any thought into that. I don't have a lot of favorites of a great many things. And a favorite word has never crossed my mind simply because they've all got utilities. So it's like, I don't have a word that's just aesthetically my favorite. Also working on some books. Ooh. Books are cool. Ah. Mine is defenestrate, which means to throw someone out of a window. I like it because it exists for some reason. Yes, I have heard of defenestrate. It is, it's a word that has an odd relatability to it, doesn't it? Like that it has become necessary for that word to exist says much about society as a whole, I think. Enough people have been annoying enough to need a word specifically for being thrown out of a window. I am now a traditional artist turning to digital. My budget is 0. What's the best drawing app for beginners? I would probably say something like Krita is a good starting point. Krita is a very good starting point. It's got all of the same, well, not all, but the majority of the important same tools as Photoshop, Clip Studio Paint, and various others. Anything that uses pixels to make pictures. Krita's got the same basic tool set, which is enough to get going with, and a lot of people honestly enjoy it quite a lot. I've personally not spent time in the Krita interface, but I've heard good things about it as a beginner's tool. I have to imagine it's more for legal stuff? Possibly. I suppose legalese needs a word for. He got chucked out of a window, Your Honor. Okay. That ain't gonna fly. That's better. This needs to be a control point. Move. There we go. Okay. Blue is where we've been, green is where we're going. There we go. Let's do this. Wait. Perambulate to walk casually? Because simply ambling was not enough, apparently. When working with vector layers, no area scaling. I'm going to need to check that. No, it's not going to be a matter of checking that, it's going to be a matter of redoing that. But it's fine, it's all the same color anyway. Clear it. The because it's going to have bleed. Yep. And I've got an issue over here that needs repairing. Okay, let's just check it quickly. I know I'm going to have some flashing. That's not too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in betweens, I think. Okay. And connect. Okay. No. There we go, that's better. Okay. Nope, that line is not right. Also not right. Rapidum. Hmm. Okay, that's that one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 in-betweens left. But I think I'm gonna call it here. With those 6 in-betweens left. Because I am feeling my juice running dry. My brain juice is running dry, and I have not got it in me to do those last 6 in-betweens right this very second. But it was progress. So, save button. And wait for my machine to stop throwing a hissy fit. Okay. Productivity was had. Stretches were had. We had 3 raids, which was really, really cool. And if anyone is still here from those raids, thank you so much for joining me. I realize that it may be strange to have someone who's kind of just focused on productivity, but our vibes are generally shared productivity, so if you enjoyed it, then I'm glad you could enjoy your stay. I am putting together a list. If you've been around for earlier in the stream, you'll have seen it, for ideas for a donathon that is desperately necessary for hardware upgrades. So I am going to continue picking some friends' brains for things that we can add to that list, for things that will be nice incentives that we can hopefully raise the funds so that I can keep doing my day job. Preferably without all of the dropped frames, because I'm currently sitting at 16% dropped frames on OBS. And I've seen encoder errors pop up every couple of minutes, so I apologize for that. That is entirely hardware issues. So hopefully we will
be able to raise the funds to solve those problems. I will do research into laptops possibly on Friday. This weekend is my uncle's birthday. We've got a lot of birthdays in my family this time of year. It's insane how many birthdays are in my family at this time of year. So, yeah, it's busy in my IRL existence at the moment. September, October is my parents, but in between it's uncles and aunts and cousins and. Big clan of aliens, right? So I can't say for sure if I'm going to have the research to know exactly how much money I'm going to need to raise on the donathon that I've got to set up, but I will try to make it worth everyone's while. And we will see how things go. We'll see how things go. I appreciate every single one of you for showing up. My brain has just been revolting this day. Not revolting as in has been disgusted, but revolting as in vive la révolution. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully with more happening between my ears. Hopefully with a little bit of inspiration. And you know what? I think you know what I think what the problem is? I ate bread. I ate bread tonight. That's probably why I'm dull in the brain. I don't eat bread frequently anymore, but it does have an effect on how my brain chemistry works, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was the bread that was how it was this night. With the main meal. Whew! I won't complain about the bread though, because my aunt made it and she makes really good bread. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow for more commission work. Hopefully I will also have by then watched the tutorial for geonodes and being able to make my fairy lights do what I want them to do. So that I can start suspending those from the rafters in Napkuchanops's new room that we are putting together. And yeah, I will see you then. Until next time everyone, thank you so much for coming, and cheery bye.